All right, welcome back. Oh, whoops. Let's try that again. All right, and welcome back to Minecraft 189 Intangible. The first thing of note is that this is not the world that we've been playing in all this time. This is a test world that I built to explore the two generator types we talked about back on Monday. So this is just a creative power setup that I made so I could get some upgrade chips built quick and in a hurry. Because the mod doesn't do an easy job of letting that happen in creative mode. Back here is just a daylight sensor command block that keeps it perpetually day here in the test world. And the purpose of the test world was to look at these. This here, this tremendous monstrosity, is the 3 machines necessary to run the steam turbine. So I had assumed that the steam turbine, like every other steam turbine in the history of Minecraft modding, could be fed water and burnable fuel, and it would just produce power. This turns out to be untrue. You have to feed it steam, and the turbine itself cannot produce steam on its own. But this is the build for this is pretty much the minimum build, almost the minimum build, for Advanced Generator's steam turbine. You got the controller, a flux generator, which is how you remove power from it. And I found out it has to be connected to a Neotech battery, because it doesn't recognize Neotech pipes. So this battery has to be here to accept the output power. Now I have a capacitor thrown on there just for an extra 5 million RF. Didn't really care about its expense. This is just a test thing. And then a fluid intake valve to accept the steam via this pump, and we'll get to that. And then a single bronze turbine, which I figured if I was going to build one of these, bronze would be the kind of turbine I use. Because it's a cheap material with very good stats. And there's nothing behind this machine. I know you saw there's something behind the whole apparatus, and I'll get to that. So in order to produce power, this thing needs to get steam. How do you get steam? Well, I built this buffer tank to contain the steam, so I could illustrate the problem with this steam generator in this mod set. And this is just a pressure pipes tank with a controller, tank blocks. These are still tank blocks that have a bar that shows you how full the tank is. This block is the outlet that removes the steam, and this is the inlet block that accepts the steam. And then we have just another pump. This one is active. This one is switched off for now so we can have a look at the steam as it builds up in here. So how do we get the steam? With the heat exchanger, which, as it turns out, is necessary because I have no other way to actually create steam. And the heat exchanger is a funny thing. It's got a controller block, it's got its item output port, because, well, I'll explain that in a moment. Fluid output, which is where the steam goes, and fluid intake, which is what accepts the 2 liquids it needs. So the purpose of the heat exchanger is it combines a cold fluid, water, this being an infinite water source, and a pump connected to the fluid intake, maxes out the water gauge. Simple. So it accepts the cold fluid, being water, and uses heat exchanger blocks to trade heat values between that cold fluid and a hot fluid. The only available hot fluid being lava. So, way back, I had the idea of making the fluid generator, which is a Neotech generator that produces power directly from lava. But I decided not to do that because I didn't have a way to get lava other than by going out into the world and collecting it manually. And that's just not sustainable if you constantly have to go out harvesting lava. Even if you have a magic bucket that you can take to the nether and scoop lava that automatically sends it to a tank somewhere else in the world. It's just not sustainable. Technically, I can produce lava with the electric crucible. The electric crucible burns redstone flux and can melt cobblestone and stone into lava. Let's have a look at that exchange rate, shall we? A block of cobblestone becomes 20 millibuckets of lava. A block of cooked stone, 40 millibuckets of lava. And the only other way to get lava is to, well, I could centrifuge molten obsidian, but that's a whole nother step. That's a whole nother expenditure of power. That's just more problems. Or, of course, centrifuging the dirty the dirty metal that you get from melting melting ores. But again, that's a centrifuge step. That's another power expenditure, and it doesn't get you much. Even the molten obsidian doesn't get you very much. Because the heat exchanger is expecting lava on the scale of buckets. But that's the whole process. Lava comes in, is mixed with the water, and it produces steam to go out that way. And in the process, it also cools the lava to obsidian, which is what the item output, and this chest is for. I mean, obsidian as a byproduct would be nice if it weren't for the fact that this is working on the standard of obsidian being a full bucket's worth of cooled lava. And just to illustrate how poor this entire system is, let's jumpstart it with 100,000 RF. And that all goes over here to slowly cook the cobblestone in an upgraded crucible, mind you. This has 2 processors in it. So it's using 200 RF a tick, and it couldn't even cook the first block of cobblestone. Yep. The 100,000 RF I gave it wasn't enough to complete the cook of even the first block of cobblestone. I couldn't even get 20 millibuckets of lava to pass into this system to illustrate how much of a failure this entire setup is. Maybe if I had other mods, maybe if other mods existed that allowed for a more robust lava production chain, we could turn this into a stable generation setup. But it's just not possible. Not with the mod set that I built here. Neotech is just incompatible as a lava production method. So with that failure in mind, what's the other option? The other option looks much the same, though with the notable exception of a power cable leading all the way back to the start of the chain. This is a gas turbine, which looks pretty much the same as our steam turbine over there. I did that deliberately. The gas turbine accepts a synthetic liquid fuel. There are many possible liquid fuels, but in this mod set, I don't have any mods that can produce any of the alternatives. All the alternative fuel sources are from cross-compatibility. So this runs on syngas, which is produced by the syngas producer from the same mod. And that's the third machine in the chain down there. How this works is it takes in syngas, burns it, and produces energy. And the speed of the burn is controlled by the number of turbines, and the max power output is controlled by the number of turbines. And it's basically the same machine, except it's burning syngas instead of steam. The other thing that makes it different is around the back here we have these two blocks, whose sole purpose is to increase the burn efficiency. So the fuel air mixer increases fuel efficiency to 135%, and then adding the gas mix compressor on top of that makes it 185%, almost doubling the power output of the fuel you're producing. The steam turbine has no such upgrade. So then we go, same question, how do we get syngas? Well, I've got the syngas input, a pump, and the exact same buffer tank for containing the syngas to illustrate how much syngas we get before it gets burned. And then we have the syngas producer controller, which is very similar to the heat exchanger, but not exactly. It still needs the water input, and it still runs on steam. The way this works is it takes in water or steam, and then you feed it carbon. Carbon is used in the heating chamber, and it's faster and less efficient the more heating chambers you have to turn water into steam. And then when you have steam and more carbon, the mixing chambers, based on the number of mixing chambers you have, convert steam and carbon to syngas. So the only remaining question there is, where's the carbon come from? Well, it's input into the item input port. And carbon itself is present in wood. When I first built these, I thought that I would have to burn it down to charcoal for it to count as carbon. Turns out, not the case. Charcoal has a carbon value of 1600. So does a single block of wood. So I don't need a furnace at the beginning of this to process the wood into charcoal and burn power in doing so, and then deal with the delay of that. I can just input wood directly. And how convenient, we have tons of birch coming out of our automatic electric lumberyard. Coal also has a carbon value of 1600. Coal blocks 16,000. So that is 9 coal, and you get a carbon value of 10 coal from it. Slight profit, maybe not worth it though, because you have to mine the coal to get there. So back here we saw that 100,000 kickstart power wasn't enough to get even a trickle of energy out. And even if I had put in enough power to melt the first piece of cobblestone, this would be like 32 millibuckets of steam, which this would then eat, and it wouldn't even produce any noticeable amount of power at all. Because the steam turbine has to deal with an inertia value. So the turbines have to spin up before they reach their peak production. So that tiny millibucket amount of steam would have just been devoured to no effect. Over here with the gas turbine, there's no speed tracker. It just consumes gas, makes power, no other intricacies necessary. The problem with the syngas producer is the speed at which it can eat carbon materials. So that's, almost a half a stack of wood gone instantly to fill the carbon tank. It is slowly gaining heat because it only has the one heating chamber. If I had added more heating chambers, this process would be faster and would consume more carbon in the process. Whether or not this is more or less efficient, I suppose I'll leave to the imagination. The syngas producer, or the syngas production process doesn't actually kick off until heat reaches 100 or 150, which is when the water begins being converted to steam. And that will be visualized here. This half gray, half black carbon tank will begin filling with a white bar from the top, and that signifies the steam. And we're getting close to that. And you'll see when that happens, currently we're still losing carbon at a very slow rate as the heating builds. But once we have the heat for steam and are producing syngas, this carbon is going to disappear. There it is. We now have steam building, and the carbon is just being erased. Consumed 102 carbon per tick. That is not a small number off of 1600. And there goes the stack of wood I put in there. It's pretty much gone. It is gone. And it's producing 2 millibuckets per tick, one for each of the mixing chambers. Let's just throw in some more wood. I forgot to add a hopper or something to actually transfer the wood in here. But okay, throw in some more wood. The first stack I put in instantly stopped being a stack. And it's just gonna eat this. Heat is maxed. So as fast as it produces steam, it turns it into syngas. And the optimal mix rate here, according to the developer's own wiki, is 1 heating chamber to 5 mixing chambers, and that keeps the heat level balanced throughout the whole process. 2 mixing chambers is slower, it consumes wood more slowly. If I added more mixing chambers, then this wood would be disappearing even faster than it already is, making this a very difficult machine to feed. What we have produced is, look at that number climb. Again, we're making 2 millibuckets a tick by consuming wood at an absurd rate. So that's just going to go up and up and up. And over here with our 1 bronze turbine producing power for our blank storage that's not connected to anything, what will that do? Well, it consumes, considering the flickering of this, 0.15 roughly millibuckets a tick. Oh no, it says so right here. Peak fuel consumption, 0.11 millibuckets per tick, to produce 200 RF a tick with 1 bronze turbine. Adding more turbines increases the power production rate and also increases the fuel consumption rate. And if I can produce 2 millibuckets of syngas a tick with an inefficient, underrepresented syngas producer, and consume 0.11 with a single turbine, I can afford more turbines. I can afford 10 turbines. I can go up to 2,000 RF a tick on this thing, as long as I can keep it fed with wood. And that's just for this setup. This can scale. So, the final verdict about this little test case here is that the steam turbine off of the heat exchanger is not viable, whereas the gas turbine off of the syngas producer is easily viable, and I already have the infrastructure to support it. So that is what we're going to do. Back over on our real world to finally solve our power problems, because these generators and the solar panels aren't cutting it, and more solar panels would be just a huge expense that still wouldn't cut it even during the day. It is time to build ourselves a gas turbine and link the gas turbine to our wood farm over here to feed it with birch. This means every axe I put in here is effectively going to be a battery, because axes make wood, wood makes syngas, syngas makes power. And in order to get there, we're probably going to need iron. And green dye goes into the pumps. We have some building to do. My favorite part. So we need a gas turbine controller, which is made entirely with microcrafted resources from the same mod. Iron frames, 4 iron for 2 frames is not good economy. That means every one of these is effectively 2 iron ingots, making it more expensive than if it had just been built with iron ingots in the first place. Also iron tubing, which is made in vast bulk, so that's a little on the cheap side. Redstone iron wiring, which is iron tubing with some redstone, made in the same bulk. And a control circuit, redstone, iron, and nether quartz. We're seeing a pattern here. Redstone and iron will be consumed in significant amounts throughout this whole mod. We're also aiming for the fuel air mixer, which is going to be more iron, and this pressure valve is just more iron and more iron and more iron. To finish it off, the gas mix compressor is more iron and advanced pressure valves, which are made from existing pressure valves, gold, and ender pearls. 8 gold and 8 ender pearls, given what we have, is not really much of an expense here. I have almost a stack of gold and enough ender pearls to make both of those pressure converters. So our gas turbine, if we can get our hands on enough iron, is pretty much in the bag. The bronze turbine is just more of the previous, with a bronze rotor, which is bronze and bronze and bronze and bronze. Not a big deal. While I don't have much bronze, bronze is tin and copper. Okay, the copper could be an issue. Let's work on the copper. And I guess we get to building. Redstone, it looks like, will also be an issue, so maybe we get into the mines fairly soon as well. So, controller. We're going to need a bunch of these. And I mean just a big old bunch of these frames. We'll be back and making more of these frames a lot. There's the tubing. There's the wiring. That gives us half a stack each of tubes and wires. Pistons. I don't know how many pistons were required, but I have this on hand for when that comes into play. And the circuits involve nether quartz. Control circuit. Gas turbine controller, ready. We're going to need a flux generator. And we're already out of redstone. It's power I/O module, more pistons and redstone. So, it did not take very long before the project got stymied. Not long at all. And the hang-up is, as always, more redstone. So, redstone diving we go. Oh look, there's some already. Let's see. I don't think I'm going to need the net launcher anytime soon. Need to be able to see the battery. Need the bag, and I'll need cobblestone in case of lava. Whoops. That was iron. Well, we're going to find iron ore upstairs at some point in the storage system. Because I misclicked. I also don't have to run around making sure I grab every block of cobblestone anymore. You can hear the bubbling noise of me automatically picking up everything. And that's because of the wise soul tendrils. It's like having item magnet that I didn't have to equip. Cobble, andesite, granite, diorite, cobble, 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 andesite. Lots of stone. A little bit of redstone. Slowly making headway on the redstone thing. More iron is good. More redstone is the goal. And we'll just fill in this little floor hole. Make sure our area stays lit. And sometimes the numbers can cover up valuable stuff. They are an important tool for making sure I don't get skeletons and creepers down here while I'm digging. Though both of those things are much less dangerous considering the wisdom tendrils. Even so, I would rather not have them knocking around. It might soon be time to move up a floor and stop messing around with this basically at bedrock level nonsense. Oh. Well. An unpleasant surprise. Huh? A creeper, somewhere on the other side of the wall. That, for some reason I couldn't see, even though I have vision active, just stepped into some lava and got melted. We also have a cave noise, so there's some kind of cavity in this direction. One thing I greatly appreciate about the Neotech 3x3 mining is that it ignores torches. So many other mods that offer hammer-type mining in the 3x3 area will just drill any block and every block in the vicinity, torches included. Some rarer mods will only drill the type of block that you dig at. So if I were to dig this 3x3, for instance, it would take out the 4 andesite blocks, but not stone blocks. That's also a pretty clever way of dealing with the problem. And we must be full. That is not my bag. Yep, little bit full. Mostly of rock. But over 2 stacks of redstone is pretty good value for half a battery's worth. Let's go up, get the rest of this stuff put away, and get our iron out of the drawer system. At least my storage system isn't so complex that a misclick like that could destroy it. Where's the iron? Here. So now we have redstone, and also a ton of flint. What is flint good for? Well, it can turn turbine roller. Well, it can scrape the gold plating off of a turbine rotor. Huh. So you take an iron turbine rotor, add a gold ingot, and you plate it with gold, which you could then scrape off with a piece of flint. That's not a whole lot of utility for flint. So I guess the spare flint can be classified as garbage. We can block all this coal for storage purposes. And go back to construction. So we have our gas turbine control. We need a flux generator. 1 gold ingot and a power I/O module. Power I/O module is iron and pistons. I'm seeing a problem with the amount of iron we have available. But our power is good, and the copper is ground down. We'll get that smelted, and refill our battery. Life is good with a pocket battery. Pistons. I'm going to make 4 pistons. Just to make sure we don't run out of them immediately. There's the I/O module, another microcrafted component. Flux generator. Now we can get power out of the generator. Fuel air mixer. There's more pistons, more frames, and this pressure valve. There's the pressure valve. There's the frames. I need 1 iron bars. Iron bars are always a weird component. So there's the fuel air mixer. Gas mix compressor. Get the piston. Get 2 pressure valves. The 8 pearls. And like that, we have topped out the efficiency of our future generator. It's still not in a state where it functions. We don't need redstone control modules. That just allows us to turn it on and off with redstone power. We have the power emitter. That's the flux module. We have the fuel air mixer. We don't need sensor modules. I don't know what those do, but they have to do with other controlling factors. So we need a turbine. Turbine is minimum 1. The multi-block will not consider itself complete or functional without at least 1 turbine, and we can't even open it to check the UI if a turbine isn't present. So we still need the turbine. There's also an argument to be made for a power capacitor. I'll think about that. A fluid intake valve is necessary, otherwise we're not getting the syngas in. We have the gas mix compressor, and then the fuel tank is another one of those an argument could be made blocks. And I'm not sure how necessary it's going to be to have inbuilt fuel tanks if I make a pressure pipes tank to stage the syngas. So the important thing right now is a fluid intake valve and that first bronze turbine. Fluid intake, more frames. Done. Bronze turbine. More frames, and the turbine motor. We are out of iron. Surprising no one. Let's get that iron blended. Also, we are losing power because it's night and the solar panels aren't functioning. This is exactly the problem I am making these generators to solve. Perhaps a sampling of charcoal. Yep, that gets it equalized. because each generator produces exactly as much as each of these machines consumes. Wait a minute. Am I a moron? Bronze, bronze. Bronze is made from bronze dust. I did not want... I did not want to actually smelt the copper dust. A whoopsie. My inventory is beginning to look like a typical YouTuber's. Just packed. Packed with the miscellaneous junk of some projects in process. At least everything in my inventory has an explanation. Minecraft YouTubers are known to fill their inventory with complete garbage of no significance. And I have no idea why. For anyone who's been bothered by that piece of coal ore that's been sitting there since we built the base, congratulations, it's gone now. For anyone with OCD, congratulations, that space is filled now. Out goes the flint. So I need this iron cooked. I need the crusher empty so I can get more copper in it. We need bronze. And just take all the bronze. Bronze is not something I need to stage. This may actually be enough bronze. Because that's 2 doses of that to make the 8 rotor blades. And then 1 bronze in the center. And there we go. That's enough bronze. Bronze rotor, get. Still the iron, though, for the casings of the frames. There's the frames, here's the turbine, and there we go. 6 blocks for a bare minimum gas turbine controller. This will be upgradable later, because we can freely add additional turbines later. We can add fuel tanks later. That's more iron and glass. Fuel tanks are actually really cheap. It's just the iron and glass panes are nothing. The advanced power capacitor that I used, well, that's not polite. 4 blocks of redstone? Very rude. 1 block of redstone for the basic capacitor at 1 million RF. That's okay. So that's fine. 1 million RF for a block of redstone is better power storage economy than we get with Neotech. And the advanced is then total 5 blocks of redstone for 5 million. And the high density... Really? Quartz and lapis? That's actually nothing. If we can get to advanced, there's no reason not to go to high density and have 25 million RF storage. And then with a generator that has 25 million RF storage, the major thing will be getting the power out of it. Speaking of which, that's going to require another RF storage block. Because as I pointed out, in the test world, the flux generator can't just be connected to an energy pipe. It won't recognize it. I have to have it directly touching a Neotech power storage block. So we're probably going to have the energy interface pipe in this space, and then the storage block here. I can build the generator in this space back here. So let me just stage these 6 blocks for the time being. And especially these wiring things. Iron bars are a block anyway. It goes in this chest to begin with. Oh look, more iron. You can have more copper. So we need another RF storage block. And I would like the Elite. The Elite isn't strictly necessary, but I would personally prefer it. The less I have to upgrade later, the happier I'll be. I mean, the advanced storage only holds 512. Which, let's be honest, would be adequate, because it's only being used as a buffer. But I would still... Oh yeah. That's 8 diamonds. Which we don't have. I guess I'm going to have to be displeased. Oh. No, the Elite one is 8 diamonds. This is an Elite. The Advanced is 512, that's just gold. The Basic is iron and redstone. So we can use an Advanced and it's fine. The Basic at 32, that would be a waste. We have to make 32 to get to the 512. So it's time, once again, for batteries. Four basic batteries, 2 of which need to be upgraded to gold batteries. A block of redstone, and I'm out of lead. $30 copper dust is enough. I need to grind some lead. I have that copper dust on hand, so we can transfer it to copper or to bronze as needed. Iron, too, is getting scarce again. Kind of. We have more coming. There are also zombies in the area. You. Evicted. I could have ripped your flesh off. That would have been a perfectly acceptable answer to your presence. But I am too busy to deal with your nonsense. There's also, of course, the fact that I am level 47 and have done no enchanting yet. Not even a little. I guess we have the leather and the sugarcane production to try getting some bookshelves underway and make an enchanting room. I guess I could put such a room, maybe not here, you know, off of the impromptu squid tank. But just here or so. So 2 blocks worth of entrance, and then it's a 5x5. And I tend to like doing fancy flooring. So there's the prep for our enchanting room. Very simple. I need at least 1 more lead to get this battery situation off the ground. Well, 3 more lead. And honestly, if I could get some more diamonds, I would be making upgrades to make these machines faster. Because it's getting to be that time where we think about that sort of thing. Also on the to-do list is to get our golem up here, his suction head and hammer arm. Because the axe arm is just sad. I guess its primary use is as a weapon, because it is not good at breaking trees, as you would expect an arm made from a diamond axe to be. Alright, basic storage. Immediately boosted to advanced storage, which I'm going to drop. Because if I have my pocket battery, then it will dump power into this thing, and I don't want that to happen. And that can go there. We get a structure pipe, a block of redstone, energy pipe, wrench, the energy pipe goes here, and I need to tell it that it's an extraction pipe, so it doesn't try putting power from the solar panels into that battery. That would be the opposite of what we want. Now we open this space up for building, because I'm putting some machines in. And that's going to take a little bit of breathing room. more lead coming is just a bonus. Maybe I should be grinding some silver as well, just to have a good stock of that. My power production is pretty adequate for my needs at this very minute. Now, the multi-block here can be built in any particular direction, in any particular order. It is completely agnostic about its own shape. So I can put the flux generator right there. And that should automatically connect to the RF storage once I get the other blocks in place. It would be nice to have the turbine controller within easy reach. So I'll put that here so I can get to it past this lever. The fuel air mixer and the gas mix compressor can go literally wherever. I'll use the turbine to link it all up. And there we go. This is technically a complete gas turbine, even though I haven't even applied the fluid intake valve yet. And look at all this space we left for possible turbines, possible additional turbine. But I still have the fluid intake valve, and I need to figure out where the syngas input will be. And I think this whole wall needs to come out. Just this whole wall, because I'm going to build the staging tank and then the syngas producer further down there. Finally, the efficiency upgrades actually make this faster. Put these lovely crystals into storage, and extras can be staged in here. And yep, just tearing out this whole wall. All the cobble and whatnot can go in the bag. So, before I figure out where this fluid intake valve is going, I'm going to need the pressure pipe staging tank, and that will tell me where my output is. The 2 pressure pipes pumps to do the actual transferring, and the syngas producer. And you know what? The more I think about it, the more some of these questions have obvious answers. Right there. Pump. High pressure pump. The pressure pipe's high pressure pump is really one of the reasons I install pressure pipes. It is a fantastic little gadget because it has infinite throughput. Literally infinite throughput. You activate the pump and it checks how much can it push into the system it's facing, and then how much can it take from the system behind it, and it just moves the maximum amount in a single step. Every step. Absolutely wonderful for running, say, steam boilers in other mod sets. It's a great little thing. It saves you from having to use multiple pipes. Pressure pipes is simply a mod I recommend if you need fluid dynamics in any capacity ever. The only thing you might have to watch out for is one of the more advanced high pressure setups where you're using high pressure piping. If you connect high pressure piping to a low pressure system, you can get an explosion. But that's pretty much a dumb mistake that you should not be making, in theory, ever. So there's our pressure pumps. Which I only need one of these immediately. I can't even place it yet because it places funny. We need... oh look, tank wall. More iron. I don't think I have that kind of iron. This is going to be the big iron trouble. Our tank controller is tank walls. Sure, tank walls are made 16 to a batch, but that's 8 iron, so a tank wall is effectively half an iron ingot. Better economy than the generators, but still pricey. Fluid interfaces. Is this looking similar to advanced generators? It should. They have the same developer. And then the tank block is 4 tank walls. You could have it be a ring of 8 iron, and it would be the same amount of iron. Though I suppose it wouldn't use the green dye then as a sealant. We may well be getting into needs more green dye territory. But that's okay. I solved that problem a while ago. There's a half a stack of tank walls. And now I don't have enough iron left for a fluid interface, so I can't even make... I don't even want the powered one. I want the regular fluid outlet. I guess I need 2 fluid outlets, because the fluid outlet is then swappable to the fluid intake. Oh, it's the same block, just upside down. Anyway, we have gotten stymied again. this time, as previously, it's iron. So the time has come to ask another question of myself about the mod set I have devised here. Did I add the mod that tells me where to find resources? I did. So iron is most common, with the same commonality from just above bedrock all the way to Y64. We're at 66. So iron has the same rarity starting here and then all the way down to bedrock. So there's nowhere I can go to make iron more plentiful. Well, I guess that just gives me even more incentive to stop mining on the bottom floor and start tearing out a new mine a level up. There are also some other considerations I want to make, like this thing. I know there are upgrades for it, and one of those upgrades is like automatic output, but I don't remember how that works. I think there may have been a command for it. Let's see what we have for commands. Input-output fluid stack. I don't know what that's all about. Alright, help 2. Clear, clone, debug, difficulty, effect, enchant, execute, game rule, give, /ME for emoting, sound, profile, replace item. Set block, spawn point, I guess there isn't a command for it. That glitching portal gun is my bone gauntlet, because I have gone full necromancer. It's too late. You missed it. That's us now. And the particles are basically permanent because I have souls infused in my body, so my hand glows full time now. Yep, I am 2 displacer beasts at once. Those things are darn useful too. They increase my item pickup range, they automatically intercept incoming projectiles, and if there's a creeper too close, they fling him away. The armor also does this if I commit an immutable soul. Bigger pauldrons. Bone Gorget. There are more immutable souls wandering around. That's why I can pull out of golems. That was a lot of work. I think it's an Ender Pearl to upgrade this. Ow. It is, but that still hurt. 15, 18. Fair enough. That is now. More storage space in our garbage management system. Why is this here? Because the cobblestone drawer is full. I need to fix that. Iron, gold, obsidian, diamond, emerald. Maybe upgrading the storage amount is not the answer. I could do it with gold. I have plenty of gold. The other's just not feasible. Let's take the junk drawer. Surround it with sticks to get upgrade cards. Four gold, more sticks, storage upgrade complete. Void upgrade, 2 obsidian. Don't have any. I was supposed to start having some, but then that whole system failed. We'll bring some water so I can transmute any lava we find into obsidian and collect that. There we go. The drilling will commence. Environmentalism, patterns, nope, nothing matters. We're just shredding everything. And paying the price for it. Gravity. Well, it's precisely what I asked for. Hello. I don't have any cobblestone on my bar. But this is precisely one of the things we were looking for. So let me cut a little channel so the water doesn't get out of hand. And it's about to be obsidian time. The gravel is really getting out of hand. Look at all this flint. I'm gonna need a whole nother drawer just for flint. Oh dear, this is bad. I don't know what I thought would happen, but that somehow wasn't on my radar. Yep. Oh, now I'm having trouble getting out. I lost. Oh, my souls became angry. Help, put me out. To the top left of my screen, you can see that there's a giant purple bar behind all of my soul values, and all of my soul pips have come undone. I guess because I was feeding myself some fire damage, all my armor enchantments became very angry and decided that they were going to stop working. That is rebellion. When they calm down a bit, I can start getting my enchantments back up. Repair and armor being the most important of those. Because these are expensive. I can't have these breaking. They have to be constantly fixed. Overclock, vision, tendrils. Deactivate all those. And I think that's all of my passive buffs. Just a bit of a labor dispute, because the souls in my armor and body did not like me feeding myself to lava. And what we're doing right here is exploitation of the way the 3x3 mining works. My mining speed of a 3x3 area depends entirely on the mining speed of the central block that I'm pointing at. So if I make that central block cobblestone, then I can mine a whole bunch of obsidian at the speed of cobblestone. And the water is faster than the blocks falling into the lava. That's just an old trick to make sure that my obsidian blocks don't fall into the lava. We'll keep this water close at hand. Make sure we have somewhere intelligent to stand. I think 37 obsidian is a pretty good stock for just messing around like this. We still need the iron, though, so we're not ready to go back up yet. For iron supposedly being of middling rarity at this height, I'm sure not seeing any. Just a whole bunch of basic rock. Oh, diamonds. An unexpected windfall. Not even what I'm looking for. I'm glad to have found it. The redstone is also very welcome. We are always looking for more of that. And we're not picking up any more blocks, which means our inventory is full of junk. And boy, is it ever. That is some Bobby Boucher nonsense right there, mate. I've seen that Adam Sandler movie. Foosball is the devil. I think hypothetical hyper-religious 90s mom would be a bit more concerned about my tearing souls out of bodies, possessing them, using literal magic. There's a lot more going on here than just the redstone. I thought that was iron when I was passing it. I am disappointed to find it's gold. Okay, this system here needs an upgrade. If you launch into Jesus is the ultimate torch, I'm banning you. Just putting that on the table. Yeah, we're having a throughput issue with our junk disposal system. So that is a problem I need to go solve. And that is honestly a problem I need to go solve in a couple of minutes, because I need to step away for a short bit. So we're going to get this stuff stored, make that void upgrade that I need. The void upgrade makes it so that when this drawer fills up with cobblestone, my game explodes. Fascinating. So what that upgrade is supposed to do is make it so that when a drawer fills, it still accepts items of that type, it just destroys them. So there's no risk of overflow going into another empty drawer. What it actually does, apparently, is explode the whole shebang. Oh no. Oh no. What it appears to have done is corrupt the entire block, so now it won't load at all. Effectively poisoning my game world, and I don't think it's going to load anymore. One more try. Nope. Same issue. So, I need to step away for a minute anyway. And it appears that what else I'm going to need to do is delete that mod. So it deletes all objects relating to that mod. This will completely destroy all of my cobblestone storage. It's gonna be gone. And I'll have to figure out a new storage solution for all of my junk stone and items. But that's gonna be in a hot minute. Be back shortly. Okay, we're back, but still not visible, because I need to go in and trash this offending mod so I can get my world back. For the longest time, I didn't trust storage drawers because it did things like this. It's much more stable and reliable nowadays. But back here in the 1.7, 1.8, 1.10 days, it had a couple instabilities now and again. Just a few. And I can delete this test world. We got what we needed out of that. Missing blocks, storage drawers, and everything I spent on the storage drawers. Yep. We need to remove those because they destroyed the world. Kind of impressive for a bunch of drawers to destroy the world, but here we are. Minecraft does not like it when you simply obliterate blocks like that. It obligingly removes the blocks, but then it doesn't know what to do with the rendering space, and it doesn't update the lighting engine or anything else. Unfortunately, what this means is this is now all the stone we have, and a lot of our birchwood is gone too. And I now need to do something else. To store junk. Which I needed to do anyway. This is going to be awful. Multi-storage still exists. That doesn't really help me. So we only have one option now for semi-bottomless storage of single articles. And that's the dimensional crate. Each one made with too much wood, and chests see too much wood. And each of those will have to be connected to, by an item interface pipe, see too much wood. And too much iron. So what I'm going to do here can be filed under patently ridiculous. Step 1, need more sticks. Step 2, diamond axe, more axe. Alright, Mr. Wood Farm. Have an axe. Have some more axes. And now that we're doing that, we need, I guess, about 2 more things. Let's just get all these chests out of the way. That's not even enough chests. Iron, because we need more structure pipe. Gonna need a redstone clock. Not happy about what that costs either. It's made with smooth stone. Oh no, we lost all of our smooth stone in that. All of our cooked stone is gone. So, one more of these. And this. And it's sunset. Just because this had to be a little bit more difficult. And I need the wrench. Forgot the wrench. What I'm doing here is solving the surplus birch sapling problem. That's kind of a noisy solve. Well, I guess I can handle the noise. It's only in this area. So there we go. We now have a whitelist extract of birch sapling. That seems to be doing its job exceedingly poorly. It has to scan every birch wood, and then it only takes one birch sapling. So I'm going to have to upgrade. This pipe is going to need an upgrade card. Not happy about that either. And I need full logs to make dimensional crates. Excuse me. I'm busy solving problems that previously destroyed the world. If you could just not. Alright, perfect. We now have this extraction pipe taking birch, putting it in here first if available, and here second if not. In theory. It's supposed to fill nearest first. So I may need to go make an upgrade card to make sure that's what it does. Either way, upgrade cards now need to be happening. Which is gonna be more iron. I guess for aesthetics we can now move this and have it, oh, I don't know, down here, and have that pipe on top of it, and it's not connecting. And I can't open the chest. Can I connect to the back? Well, I can still open the chest. But it won't connect to the back of the chest. Alright, well if I put it back up here, will it connect to the bottom of the chest? So this was never an option. This was simply never going to work. And the only thing I can do is have a hopper slowly and painstakingly drawing the items out, and then connect an interface pipe to that. This needs to be the extraction side, and I need to look at what the pipes do. One item, delay 20 ticks, speed of 0.005 blocks a tick. Can be filtered. Processors reduce the delay and increase the extraction speed. Hard drives change the max extraction by 8 items. Control is redstone controls and frequencies. Expansion changes the extraction mode. It defaults to first available. That appears to be a lie. First available, last available, round robin. So I need a couple of cards. At least 3. I could put a processor on the first card for pulling off of the hopper, but what would be the point? That would be faster than the hopper itself can manage. Gonna do it anyway though, just in the mad hope that something useful comes of it. That one could also use a couple of hard drives. So it pulls, quarter stacks? Just entire quarter stacks at a time. And the expansion upgrade. so I can dictate how it happens. We're also going to need cards. Maybe we aren't. This seems to be working just fine, without any upgrade cards. So that saves me 2 cards. We're still in the weird days of Minecraft where a hopper occupies its full block despite obviously having gaps. So I need to get this pipe upgraded before I can put in more pipes. And more storage blocks. I guess technically I can place those. And then a couple of these. And they just won't do anything until I get the upgrade card in there and another pipe here. There's my card. That also means I have these 2 empty motherboards that are unstackable for nothing. First avail, last avail, round robin. Yeah, first avail. And it's an empty blacklist, so it takes everything. Bingo. Exactly as directed. I don't know why it works that way, though. That's kind of weird. And now it's going to be stuck on the dirt because I don't have anywhere to put the dirt. But this is what this is going to look like now. I'm going to need more pipes. Lots more pipes to make this work. Especially since we are now on granite. I don't have anywhere to put the granite. And it's not going to move off that granite until it can move the granite. And to do that, I need more structure pipes, which is more iron, which I don't have. In the meantime, we are storing everything back in the block chest like a peasant. Because I just don't have any room anywhere else. Why is that mining speed upgrade sitting there? I don't have room for it. Where did it come from? It's a mystery. Oh, it is cyclic. Just when it feels like it. Well, I don't have anywhere to put granite or diorite. So this is going to be a little problematic. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. So I can add hard drives to the dimensional crate to increase its storage capacity. I can also just turn the storage crate into a cobble generator. And then something or dict matching, which would matter if I had more mods that added different types of copper, for example. Right now, though, we are experiencing an iron shortage again. So we're going back into the mines. It would probably be more efficient to go caving than strip mining like this because we're looking for iron. And iron is simply easier to find. So yeah, we're gonna do that instead of tearing apart this area for cobblestone. This used to be walkable. I have now torn it apart in my zeal for obsidian. You can still do that. Aha. Here we come to an area I haven't been. It's got lava. It's got iron and redstone. I think we found a good spot. That branches off into a useless spot. Lava, fortunately, is an easy enough problem to solve. You just throw water at it, and it ceases to be lava. Turning your scary death pit into perfectly walkable floor. It also eliminates the convenient natural lighting of the lava, but that's a drawback you'll just have to accept. got coal. Not very exciting. You've got redstone. Much more exciting. We've got iron. Funnily enough, the most exciting thing here. Because this is modded. There's just never enough of it. I have cheap and easy ore doubling. Every bit of iron we mine counts double. There's still not enough of it. Technically, I have ore tripling. That's just a big pain in the neck. We don't have the time or the power to feed it. Always seems to be the case. Mechanism is like that too. Rotary Craft, there's a name we haven't heard in a long time. Kind of has ore quintupling, almost sextupling, and you can cheese it if you know what you're doing. But its power requirements are very exacting, and Rotary Craft itself is just very demanding on its own. How's that for iron? 21? Not nearly enough. Oh, and we're here now. I may have to continue strip mining after all, because I've kind of run out of cave. We're just going in circles at this point, and this concerns me. I don't know why this keeps unloading and becoming a black region when I step away, but that's really strange, and I don't like it. Hey, more redstone. And more lava above us. Just gotta remember to clear our mining methods by Dwarf Bosha. Iron and coal are supposed to have roughly the same rarity, but you see coal more often because coal has larger veins. Look at all this redstone, though. That's a pretty comfortable amount of redstone. there's more of it. Even better. In a perfect world, I would have a more sophisticated storage system by now. Something like, what was it called? Applied Energistics? Where things would go into a matter energy system. And you could just store an arbitrary amount of stuff as long as you had it powered. Storage drawers was supposed to be that. A cheap, modular mass storage solution. But it broke on us. And now I have to improvise. And rely on the throughput of a damned hopper to pull items from our deposit chest. Which is the real travesty. But for some reason, our ender storage chest does not count as a chest or inventory for our storage pipes to connect to. And we kind of have to deal with the storage we have and not the storage we want. Why was there a floating zombie? Because it's up here playing around in the gravel. And I can partly see through walls. That shouldn't have been a mystery, but here we are, and I'm confused. This should be the way back. And it is. Got some more iron now. That's a decent amount of it. But before I start crushing it, let's talk upgrades. the most important upgrade I want to get to is the one that allows for these bonuses. Or do I? Because it looks like these benefit most from Silk Touch. Yeah, that's pretty nonsense, actually. That would be the expansion upgrade to give us a possible secondary output. And there's no reason not to. Expansion is cheap. I just still wish it did more. The furnace, I don't think needs the expansion upgrade, because all that would do is output its stuff into a chest. I also want to get some hard drives here, so it has a larger energy pool to pull from, in case the main battery runs out. Problem with that is, hard drives cost 4 iron each, which I don't have. So I guess we are crushing without the chip. Since there's no bonus upgrade, or since iron ore is not one of the things that benefits from the additional secondary output, we lose nothing. Nothing but time. Time we didn't have anyway, because I don't have the upgrade necessary. I don't have the iron to make the upgrades in question. What we're about to do here is, however, going to make my battery sad. Because this is going to raise the energy usage per tick on the crusher. Nominally, a terrible idea. Because it's not like I have the energy to spare. We're still working on that. There's just been a storage-based setback. Redstone's in good shape, though, finally. You know what? 2 should be fine. There we go. 2 processors, 2 hard drives, and an expansion upgrade for the crusher. Then we'll have 2 more processors and 2 more hard drives for the furnace. And I could also make some upgrades for the generators, but I don't see that being terribly important when I have a whole nother generator setup coming in that starts at 200 RF a tick. And then I can upgrade infinitely more cheaply than the diamonds that a processor would cost. Crusher board ready. We don't get any automatic IO. Just start grinding this faster at 40 RF a tick with increased speed. That makes my battery very sad. Of course, we're also running this, so I don't know how valid that very sad is. Alright, now if this isn't running, it's stable. Must be daytime. Alright, you get a chip. Everybody gets a chip. Now give me the wrench, because I may need to improve this energy pipe. Base extraction 2000 RF a packet with a delay of 20 ticks. Processors reduce the delay, increase the extraction speed. Hard drives multiply how much is extracted. So I don't know if this interface pipe needs an upgrade, and I can't know until I start getting this thing actually running. It looks like that hasn't made my power as sad as I thought it would. Even with both of these running, that is an acceptable level of drain. I still need more pipes. Need more glass too. Oh. Yeah, that's also a pain. Trashing the old storage system trashed all of the sand I collected from that desert. Okay, so we have another item interface pipe right here. Come to think of it, I could actually save a bit of pipe if I do this. And And I have these two item interface pipes here. Whoops, forgot that was still turned on. And that means I can place these, because the other pipe interfaces them from the side. I still need 6 more of the damn things to power this area. Actually, no. Because I can pull the same trick here. And then I guess I'm just not using this wall for storage beyond this, because then I'd have a pipe connecting to that chest, and I don't want that. So we're sealing that wall after all. So we're going to have room for 4, 5, 6, 8 more dimensional crates. Which will cost another 16 chests to make. I'll go ahead and make a small surplus, that's fine with me. I'm sure I can find use for a spare dimensional crate. And there we go. A complete storage system that still runs off of a single hopper. It really would be nice if I could hook item pipes up to this thing, but that is just not in the offing. I need to re-get sand, nether-based stone and dirt. I guess I have some room for my birch wood now. Oh yeah, and it goes to first available, so it doesn't care that the birch wood is there. There's an opening for it here. And that's all it notices. Sand, fortunately, is very, very easy. All I have to do is exploit my tremendous cosmic powers. We'll just leave my body there. And I have a second body way, way over there in the desert. Giving me access to all the sand I could possibly desire. Whoops. I seem to have interrupted a river. Also, that's happening. There's just a ravine down there that this sand and sandstone only barely covers. Iron. That's arguably a better find than all this sand. You don't like that, do you, buddy? Too bad. Burn. Anyway, it is sand time. Is it sandstone time? Nope. Never. Sandstone is ugly, weak, and pointless. Sand is the true power of the universe, because sand becomes glass. And we like glass. Ow. I guess you can file that one under hubris. The good news is I now have access to a new and unfamiliar mining area, with things like readily visible iron all over the place. Lead, and other useful materials. The bad news is, of course, that I've fallen in a hole, and don't yet have a way out of it. Ow. mean, technically the exit is just a pillar of sand away. I can leave anytime. But if that bat keeps flying in front of my pickaxe, I'm going to net it and turn it into a benign soul. Unless these bats are somehow predatory. Wouldn't that be a discovery? Unfortunately, we have now overloaded the junk storage system. And our wise tendrils are preventing us from fighting the creepers. Which I expected. So, it's time to... Okay. That shouldn't have been possible, but here we are. And I was just leaving. About that sandstone. These holes could do with some patching. And now we have basically a chest worth of sand, making it time to depart the desert the same way we arrived. There's a reason I left a spare body back there. Now we have our crate of sand populating. And everything is fine. Our iron supply is coming back. Our coal supply is way too much. One of those can be coal. We have tin, we have silver, we have too much silver. More lead. More iron to grind with our newly upgraded thing. I also discovered while I was testing that what I thought I could do was wrong. While you can put a filled chip here in the thermal binder will not remove motherboard upgrades. It can only apply them. And you also cannot add more to a chip that already has upgrades. So I was correct in what I've been doing all this time. In previous playthroughs, not here obviously. And that is, once a motherboard chip is created, it is fixed and cannot be changed. So if a motherboard for any reason becomes no longer necessary, the only option is to trash it. This is still chopping away. Working exactly as intended. Maybe I could get you an upgrade. Processors increases block efficiency. Hard drives increase max energy and range. And I don't need the rest of the stuff. It already has an expansion chip, so this is an example of a chip that will become outmoded and I'll have to destroy, because there's nothing else I can do with it. We'll get one processor. Honestly, one hard drive should be sufficient too. We'll need to keep the expansion upgrade, which means I'll need to make a new one. That's all the materials. We have our empty chip, our processor, our hard drive, and our expansion. And this is our woodcutting farm upgrade. This thing I could also add some processors to decrease the cook time, but that would make its power consumption so much greater. And honestly, what's a little delay? I think I can handle the chip cooker being a little slow. There you go, a superior chip. It preserved the I/O settings. Furnace Generator is unhappy about the extra power, but it'll deal. Electric Furnace is fine, and Birchwood. Birchwood is just a common. We increase the grow area by 1 rank in every direction with that hard drive, which is acceptable. And this expansion-only motherboard is I just can't figure out how it could possibly be useful. So away it goes. Now, back to the syngas tank. We got our one pump, we've got tank walls. I don't remember what all this stuff was for. Oh right, it was because I didn't have anywhere else to put it. Because our storage system failed. Well, diorite, dirt, and stack of birchwood, back you get. So our high pressure pump and the lever to run it are at the ready. We still need a tank fluid outlet, not necessarily powered. So we're getting the green dye again, and iron at the ready. Fluid interface. That's it. Tank fluid outlet. Tank controller. Redstone and diamond. Let's just have redstone at the ready. Tank won't run without a controller. We need a fluid input. Yeah, tank fluid intake. And those are all the mechanical blocks. The last thing we need is the actual blocks that provide it with storage. Put that there as a placeholder. There's the fluid outlet. And this actually does have to be separated by a gap and a pump. I've tried to do it other ways, but because advanced generators and pressure pipes are made by the same guy, these are vaguely considered compatible even though they aren't, and they try to connect to one another and form a single multi-block, even though that's highly illegal. So I really have all the room in the world back here to build out my actual tank. Tank blocks made with tank walls, tank indicator blocks, same thing but with glass panes between. We have just enough panes to get some glass going. That is highly suspicious, and I will not be doing that. So, I don't think so. That sounds like a bot trying to justify itself to me. tank controller right here. Again, so I can reach it through this little window. How much fluid can this tank hold? No idea. It doesn't tell you until you start putting fluid in it. I think I'll put the tank fluid intake right here. And then we'll prepare our syngas to occupy this whole space here. Let's actually move the controller. Put it there. That's fine. Use the rest of our tank block parts. We'll just fill this out in ways that no one will ever see. This guy needs to go. He's getting on my nerves. Shut up. Next, pump at the ready. We need to get the syngas producer ready. Syngas producer uses, well, we need more iron frames, because of course. Legally distinct from tank blocks. The tubing and the red iron wiring comes back. And probably more pistons. Probably. Control circuit needs nether quartz. Pressure valve. We've got. Syngas producer. Heating chamber needs more pressure valve. I only really need one of those. Right, to speed things along a bit, there's no harm in having two. And we have run out of iron tubing and frames. Which means we are also swiftly running out of iron in general. We need mixing chambers, more frames, more pressure valves, more nonsense of every flavor and variety, and more iron. Which I kind of have, but also kind of don't. think before getting into the mixing chambers, which I can probably comfortably do 5 of, at least in terms of the machine's throughput, I really need to work on fluid inlets, fluid outputs, and other important mechanical things. So just type in syngas to filter for things that the syngas producer uses. We've got the controller, we've got the heating chambers. We need fluid output, item input, and fluid intake. So fluid intake, there we go, fluid intake, iron frames. Fluid intake check. Fluid output, frames. What's the difference? Oh, just whether it's an ingot or a tube. Anyway, fluid in, fluid out, check. Item in, more frames. And this will be our wood input, which I think we'll do with more interface pipe. And that leaves mixing chambers, more frames, and more pressure valves. That is 2 pressure valves and 4 frames per. And I don't have the iron. We have already run out of iron again. I could use that 8th bar of iron and have my 1 mixing chamber, but 1 mixing chamber is not sufficient. And I want to keep that iron as a flag for what goes in that slot. Our power is just not looking good. So grab a stack of coal, split it, get it in the generators, and go looking for more iron. I guess we can expand one of our pre-existing strip mines. Just absolutely mangle everything, and that's iron. We have already succeeded to a limited extent. Iron and redstone. I'm going to put flint in the system. All my dimensional crates can be flint now, so I just find so much flint. It would be gravel, but my pickaxe has so much fortune that when I dig gravel, it's never gravel. Stone, other junk stone types. Oh, well, there's a pleasant surprise. I'll take all that. Is base gravel good for anything? What am I losing by turning all my gravel into flint automatically? Coarse dirt and vault concrete. Selling it and crushing it into flint. So basically nothing, because I don't plan to make a multi-storage vault. The multi-storage vault is kind of a multiplayer thing. It's very expensive and very powerful, and it basically allows you to create a small private space that only you can enter. And I mean that. Not only does the vault door only allow the creating player in, if another player finds a way in through teleportation shenanigans or other means, the vault interior will kick them out. So it allows you to place a small room that you can basically put chests in or whatever storage you want, and no one else can get to them. Period. Once finished, the vault walls themselves also become, I believe, indestructible to anyone other than their creator. It's just a very good... It's a very good system for multiplayer storage security. And I don't remember if the mod was carried forward into more modern versions of Minecraft. I'm fairly sure that the vault mechanic wasn't. Which is a shame, because it was good. I'm digging stone faster than my storage system can digest it. Which was expected, because, again, I'm limited to using a hopper to pull items out of the junk chest. If a better means existed that worked, I would be using that. But item pipes don't believe in ender chests and don't want to do their jobs. Hello, lava. Hello, obsidian. I've been to this lava. Ooh, that lava was faster than the wisdom tendrils. That is rare. Yeah, this is the lava that I completely paved over. Our battery's getting kind of low. But we're up 34 iron. The storage system being so slow is a constant source of pain. I keep looking at it and thinking, well, I need to get a chip on that. But I can't, because it's a hopper, and the item interface pipe won't connect to it. So we just need to give that time to digest. And we need to process more iron. Always more iron. The need for iron never stops. The need for energy never stops. Welcome to Capitalism Simulator. So we were stuck on mixing chambers. The iron for that is finally coming. Food intake, food output, item input, heating chamber. This is a microcrafted component. And there is one other thing we need. The infinite water source. Very simple, very straightforward, does exactly what it says on the tin. Can I sell all this rotten flesh? let's go see what we have in the concentration camps for villagers. Hopefully we have somebody in here that's a cleric. Hello? I need a priest. We have a couple. 37, 40. There's not many villagers in here, which means my pig villagers population, yeah, that's a fair few of them. Also, that's kind of funny. An iron golem spawn inside the chicken enclosure, so the chickens at least will be perfectly safe from any zombie invasion. Bucket and bucket. Infinite water source. And return the buckets. So I now have 2 additional buckets. Wasn't counting on that. Don't mind it. A little bit bothered, but on the whole, that's not bad. We need mixing chambers, which means we need more tubing. Wait, do I have tubing and I just didn't take it? I do. Not nearly enough, though. Redstone iron wiring goes into controllers, the flux generator, controller, turbine, and capacitor. Need that too. Forgot about that. So capacitor upgrades with redstone and lapis. Easy. And then upgrades again with lapis and quartz blocks. Also, easy. Easier, in fact. And that goes back here on the generator. Anywhere, really. Now we can hold 25 million plus the default 100,000 RF in the turbine. This thing only having a capacity of 512 no longer matters. We're still on mixing chambers. That's enough for 3. But I also need more of these. And I'm out of tubing. The iron demands on this are just crazy. Alright, 1 mixing chamber. 2 mixing chamber. 2 pressure valves. 3 mixing chamber. I can honestly begin building it like this and make the other 2 mixing chambers later, if I even decide to. So you have a fluid intake. I'm just going to place that block as a placeholder. Hook it up to the fluid output. Two cobblestone for 2 levers. I'm going to put the fluid intake here. So I can build this bit into the floor and keep it kind of out of the way. The controller can be here. We got 2 heating chambers. I guess item input port here. I have room to place the mixing chambers all right here. We'll get a dimensional crate. Item interface pipe. Wrench. And we may actually need a chip for this. Oh no. That won't connect. And a hopper simply will not be fast enough. So I'm going to have to be manually placing birchwood in here whenever I want fuel. Well, okay then. Let's get the two other mixing chambers and call it built. One pressure valve, more tubing. Two pressure valve. Frame. One chamber. And I don't think with 7 iron left I'm making the 5th chamber today. But there's the 4th one. And everything is ready to go as long as I input some carbon. This is still on its diamond axe, though that's almost gone. Birch saplings are being drained. Everything is fine. Alright, time to make some real power. Let's get that old Looney Tunes power line theme going. Do 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 do. Heating up at double the speed of the one in my test world, because there are 2 heating things, consuming twice as much carbon per tick. Because math. And now it starts just eating carbon to mix the sign gas from the steam. And we have to keep it fed. This thing is full. Doesn't have room for much, but it's full. So the spare is going here, and that has room for 192 buckets of syngas. Maybe a gas tank block would be appropriate here. That's more iron I don't have. Another turbine, maybe? Also more iron I don't have. But we're making the syngas. 4 millibuckets at a time. By burning ungodly amounts of wood. Maybe I do need a hopper. Let's break that. The machine will still run. Put it there. Get a hopper, get that dimensional crate. And this will just cut down on the amount of manual the hopper is not working. Dimensional crates do not interface with hoppers. Hooray! Something else you'd expect to work that doesn't. Item interface pipes work with dimensional crates, but they don't connect to input ports. Oh. The hopper isn't running because it has a redstone signal. That's the issue here. It may not have been the crate at all, but rather where I chose to place the hopper. What if I move that heating chamber and put the item input port there? Actually, I can put the item input port here, and then have the hopper here away from the redstone signal. Dimensional crate right there. That works. And that's feeding in at the speed of hopper. So I guess I don't need another mixing chamber because I can't support one. I guess I could support one with a boost of manual input. And this just trickle charges when I'm not watching it specifically. It's not a big deal. We're cooking the gas. The gas is cooking the power. It's not going here, it's going here. And it's all being taken out and put here. So, in essence, everything is going according to plan. And I now have 200 RF a tick at the cost of way too much iron. but it's expandable. With just a little iron and bronze, I can add more turbines to increase the syngas consumption and power production. And considering our syngas production is flying up, even with how inefficient the producer is, that can be handled. It's just a matter of course, more iron. Which we need to go back down and look for more. Or I could work on the enchantment setup. That sounds more useful right now. Find all the books. Enchantment table left ready. There it goes. We have the books for 5 whole bookshelves. And we don't have any other bookshelves. There's no way in the mod set to increase enchantment power above and beyond ordinary bookshelf. Oh, our limiting factor there is kind of the paper, which is why I built this. Why did I do it that way? There we go. 9 bookshelves worth. Progress. And what do I want to do for a floor in that room? Chiseled quartz has its strange and mystical appeal. Hey, thank you for the follow. Maybe less thank you for telling me what I should be doing. That's a bit of an overstep. But here we are. Power is fully loaded from the new system. Power here is fully loaded and backed up. Power here is continuing to charge. And this is an efficient system. It won't burn gas if it doesn't have anywhere to store the power. This is, I guess, has ceased function and is losing heat because we're out of wood. But that's okay. We have a stock of over 41k syngas. And all that takes is more wood. What do we have down here for wood? Let's not go overboard on claiming wood. There you go. More wood, more syngas. Keep the power flowing. Newish. Only been going for a couple of months. I think a couple of months. I'd have to go back and look at my YouTube channel log to see how long. You've only just gotten here. How could you possibly know that? Oh, where does water come from? How about you don't? And I very strongly mean that. Wait a minute. Where'd the water go? I didn't destroy the water. It just stopped being water. Weird. Redstone. And some of that precious iron we've been searching for. Some. Not much. Not much at all. And that is exactly where I thought this was going. Thank you. Goodbye. I honestly lost count at this point. I don't think we've reached 20 yet. But we're definitely past 12. So somewhere in that general area. Not interested in the sales pitch. managed to go, geez, how long without having one of those guys drop by? Maybe 2 weeks? All through Monster Sanctuary, the brief stint through Wizard of Legend. What else have I played through recently? I didn't get a single "Hey bro, I make art." For a moment there, I was in this happy little mind space where I was able to forget that those spammers existed. And Mr. Alex Holmes right there had to go and ruin it. Oh well. He has earned his exile. The other thing particularly galling about it is that I said no. I even warned him that I really meant that no. And he drove right into the sales pitch anyway. You really can't do anything about that kind of stupid. Whoop. Lava. Goodbye, lava. Don't need you. More water. Huh. Kind of a neat place. Let me get my washed out torches back. And we can have a peek around this neat new area. Surely it will save me from drilling more stone while the storage system's hopper digests. All this coal, too, could be used as carbon for the syngas producer. It's not like I'm using it for anything else. And the blocks have a slight efficiency increase. So that's even more reason. Although I shouldn't be giving away all my coal. Need some for torches after all. Alright, where are we now? Lava chamber. You've got redstone. Despite having plenty of, can always use more, because Neotech is always demanding entire blocks of it. We have more coal. Coal for the torch stock. Coal for the syngas. Coal for... I guess that's it. Coal for everything else coal is good for. Silver ore. Silver ore. And that wasn't going anywhere. More lava. More tunnel. Lead 2. Found an interestingly resource-rich area. It just, so far, doesn't have the one resource we're looking for. Oh, never mind. There it is. And I think we now have enough power generation. I didn't place that torch recently. I've linked up with a previous tunnel entrance. And now we are back in the Lost Mineshaft. Or perhaps more accurately referred to as the Oh God, Now I'm Lost Mineshaft. I have been down there. There's torches down there. Angry skeletons. More tin. More iron. And a sneaky little area under the bridges. Not that there's anything here, but its place. Lots of gold over there. I think I'm okay on gold for now. The effort it would take to reach that gold is outshined, or rather outshines, the value of collecting the gold. Diorite, tin, coal, redstone, silver, junk, 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 junk. As As tedious and inefficient as the junk disposal system is with that one hopper that powers it, it still increases my mining longevity. I can stay down here for far longer with the ability to dispose of mass blocks that just clog up the old inventory. Having to go home because I'm choked with granite or cobble or any other basic structure block is a thing of the past. My solution isn't exactly elegant, but it's functional. That's all it needs to be. And now that I think about it, there is a way to accelerate. But it is not pretty. Since the only block I have that can pull from the ender chest is a hopper, the only answer is more hoppers. And the only way that answer makes sense is by making more ender chests. The ender chests being color-coded means I can have multiple chests with the same color combination. Therefore, I can have multiple chests sitting on top of a big string of hoppers. And each hopper is, sitting underneath a chest. And the tail end of the hoppers points into the next hopper in line. So we have something like a row of 5 chests, all serviced by hoppers. So the hoppers pull from the chests 5 times as quickly. And the hopper string moves all the items down the line to the final hopper, which is the one that the item interface pipe is connected to. A truly jank solution for a jank problem. The issue then is the expense. Hoppers cost 5 iron each. Ender chests themselves are not exactly cheap. They cost blaze rods. I have a nice stock of blaze rods, so I could do it. I also recently acquired a decent stock of cobblestone. The more I think about it, the more it sounds like it could actually be a good investment. The only part of it that actually sounds expensive is the 5 iron apiece. And I can kind of work with that. It's better than the basically a block of iron that I needed for the, actually more than a block of iron that I needed for the infinite water source. Free chest. Minecart's useless. And it's 6 iron for a batch of item pipes. So yeah, the idea is sounding better all the time. Let's find our way back up to the surface. That's a lot of... Okay, there's cobblestone down there and a chest. So the reason there's a lot of spiders is because this is a spider dungeon. Nothing wrong with a spider dungeon. It's not a particularly useful type of dungeon zone. And we are beginning to run out of inventory space, despite all of our precautions. Just gonna leave the cheap stuff in there. You aren't the creeper. The creeper gets flung away. Creepers are still a non-threat. Goodbye. Shoo. You know what? Blast them. It's not exactly the most damaging spell, but it's currently the only ranged attack I have. So it'll have to do. I know I've got a bunch of bows at home, but I've never been a fan of the bow. And we are full. Not even the fancy storage system can save us now. how do I get home from here? This way. Gets me back into the tunnels. There's more tin and silver, coal, lead. I already have over a stack of lead. Over a stack of silver. Not quite a stack of tin, but I have a surplus of tin at home as it is, and we're here. This big round room basically leads straight back. Taking this iron though. $49 iron? Pretty good. Put redstone right next to the coal. Our cobblestone is overflowing. This is bad. Well, perhaps not bad, but at least irritating. Because I don't have a way to specifically filter out spare cobblestone. Do I not have a place for name tags? Surely these aren't the first name tags I've ever found. Really? Wait, that's at the lower door. No? No, that's on one of the upstairs doors. Why are you beating on one of my lab doors? There's nobody home. Useless noisemaker. And that just fills right back up again. As fast as this can pull it. It's already full. I can't even check it on how fast that is. But it's still going. Figure that out. This number also isn't rising, so it must be pulling from here at exactly the same rate that it produces. I got a minecart. I can't do anything with the minecart. I'm destroying the minecart. We have... well, this has gone over. When the furnace generators start filling up their own power buffers, you know you've overdone it. Now we have lead. too much of. We have silver. Way too much of. We have tin. Way past the concept of too much of. More copper. More lead. And then we get down to iron, which is still not enough of. I guess what I need to do here... I did not want to open that up again. So I won't. I'll do it here. Let me get another item interface pipe, another flushable chest, have the button here. Can I use this one? No. It's damaged and has an NBT value and won't work. Flint and steel and chest and chest and flint and wood and button. Pipe and pipe. I don't think that's enough pipe. It isn't. In the wall torch to keep the light level up. Button. What we're going for here is an overflow chest on the junk system. That's the idea. It's going to take glass. We have no glass. Cook some glass. So once I establish what these last three crates are going to contain, we'll put stuff there, which will flag them and fill them and make them invalid destinations for, say, spare cobblestone. This is preparation for the multi-chest thing. But anyway, when these final chests are filled and keyed, they won't be valid destinations for any spare junk blocks that have reached their overflow point. Therefore, the first available is going to be the flushable chest sitting right here. So when I come back from a mining spat, I can examine what's in that overflow chest, if anything, and then decide whether or not to destroy it forever. Bingo. What I need to do here is first get a wrench, because I don't think I have anything in that pipe. Any chips in that pipe. But I need to be sure. Nope. We destroyed it. It had a chip, though. That's okay. That is fine. 1 processor, 2 hard drives. Yeah, I can work with that. That can be this one now. And this side, the side facing me, is now extract, with no blacklist. And the chip. Set to first available. Are we ready to hopper chain? Well, we're getting more hoppers. And more of these chests. Starting with 2 chests and 1 hopper. We're going to start this expansion off at ×3. Oh, that has to be the eye of Ender. That's okay. We'll grind these blaze rods. Our first operation that has a chance of bonus output. So we're grinding into 4 blaze powder with a possible 5th. obsidian, wool, and blaze rods. Blaze rods, wool, obsidian. Easily done. I only meant to make 2. But here we are with a 3rd, because why not? I'd say go ahead and make a 4th, but that's our last ender pearl. I can't place the 4th chest yet, or else I won't be able to access this face of the hopper to place the next hopper. Also, don't know how that cobblestone got in there. Though I have a guess. You have an expansion chip? Why do you have an expansion chip? Oh, for the redstone mode. Duh. Well, you need a better chip now. And this is going to need a better chip as well. Or rather, a chip at all, for that matter. So we're making chips, we're melting iron. Let's see. 4, 8. What does it do here? Energy interface. Base extraction 2 a tick. Processors reduce delay. Hard drive multiply how much is extracted by 4? We'll just grind a quarter stack and call it safe. Melt the rest. It's time. This mod is about to go crazy with upgrade chips because we now have the power, the literal power to keep up. This is 4 million RF in there, another 0.5 mil in there, another 11 mil in here, with another 14 on top of that as storage capacity. We need to increase our throughput. And we need to increase our ability to consume. 2 more hoppers. I'm going to take some of this incredible surplus of coal. Get it blocked. And feed it to the syngas producer. There you go. You like carbon? Take all the carbon you can stand. We're going to get this syngas tank loaded. And the power will be with us. Look at our diamond count. That's nice too. So let's see, use centrifuge at 100 RF a tick, so I'm going to have to be careful about how many processors I choose to give you. You are 100 RF a tick, same story. You are 100 RF a tick. You are 100 RF a tick. 2 hard drives, 2 processors. 2 hard drives, 2 processors. With expansion. Two hard drives, 2 processors, and expansion sound like something that I could put in here, in the centrifuge. So I can create a better chip for the crusher. It should be 32. I guess 1 block of sugarcane wasn't grown. Should I make that bigger? There's gonna be room to expand this. I don't think I want to, though. I am okay with the pace of books being produced from there. Alright, so expansion upgrade. We're going to go a little wild with 4 processors. And that's going to have to be supported by 3 hard drives. And this is our new crusher chip, and the current crusher chip can go in the centrifuge. Wait. I need a control piece for the centrifuge. Which means that this chip cannot be used in the centrifuge because it doesn't have control and I can't add control to it. So this chip is going somewhere else. Probably the Crucible. Meaning we don't need expansion. Well, no, we do need expansion. Because this is going in the Crusher, and the Crusher needs expansion. The Crucible will be inheriting expansion. But it won't need it or use it. That's fine. Get this chip cooked. The actual chip for our centrifuge is going to be 2 processors. Needs control. It doesn't really need expansion. But it is going to need hard drives. And this will be our new centrifuge chip. All the coal already gone. Syngas is up to 68 buckets. This will be consumed at a trickle. Yep, our power problem has basically been solved. Get this chip cooked. This one is going in the grinder. 1 more processor. 2 more hard drives. No, 2 more processors, 1 more hard drive. And this one I'm putting in the Crucible to speed that up. It is faster. The issue with it now is that it's consuming power at the same rate that I can give it power. Which is not good. Especially if multiple machines need lots of power, because the power cable now needs an upgrade. Alright, our power distribution cables now need upgrades. Processors reduce extraction delay by the processor count multiplied by 2. The default delay being 20 ticks. So five processors would make it 10 ticks. It's a lot of diamonds, though. And then hard drives multiply how much is extracted by the number of processors multiplied by 4. And that's a multiplication. So 5 processors times 4 is 20, times the base of 2000 is basically filling a machine in a single tick. And that's with no hard drives? This has to be a typo. This has to mean hard drives. I don't really want to go up to 4 processors for anything. Or up to 5 processors for anything. But I'll do 4. And we'll have more processors for the cable taking power out of here. Because if we need it, this needs to be drainable very quickly. I think 2 should be sufficient there since it's a dedicated single connection. We have come once again to iron problems. That's weird. There's dirty molten iron in here, but I can't take it with the tank. The tank is empty. My tank is broken. Fortunately, you inherited an expansion chip. So I'm just going to put that tank right there and say this is output. There. Ugly, but effective. Now that goes in the centrifuge. The centrifuge now has some speed ups. Which means it's pulling 200 RF a tick at an increased speed. Things seem to be stable. Our power here seems to be going up, which is good. Probably because it's daylight and the solar panels are feeding power, which means this isn't having the full 200 a tick consumed. This, though, is still slow. Even with 2 processors. Each processor removes 112 ticks from the cook time. Still slow. I guess I'm crushing the rest of this iron at its 4 processor speed. Power is not keeping up. It just cannot be fed into the storage block as quickly as it's being pulled. That's okay. That's a problem we are working on solving. Don't think I need diamonds now. Or the paper? No, I may well need the paper. Processors, hard drives, control, don't care. Expansion changes the extraction mode. What's the default extraction mode? Round robin. Well, I'm going to do that anyway, just to make double sure. Where'd the paper go? I still have it. Paper, iron, redstone, gives us an expansion upgrade. And we need hard drives. We need more hard drives than that. I'm thinking 2 more. Let's use these 2 more for now. And cook that chip. Boy, power is really not happy right now. And I don't need this redstone. And we're all ready for the next chip. I want to melt some more tin and get it in here. This could also use an expansion, so we can automatically pull the molten tin. Alright, this can hold 8 buckets. If I melt tin, that should be 144, right? Yep, 144. $12.96 for a block. Oh, tin dust is half an ingot, but it becomes an ingot after you smelt it. So, don't melt dust. $12.96. I cannot math, so I will just do 3 blocks. 3 blocks and call it sufficient. We are now drinking power faster than it can be removed from here. But this chip is ready. This chip is ready. We are about to solve that problem. You have a chip. Now our power is full. All of our machines getting power with all available speed. The bottleneck now is our main battery, which is not able to pull power from the generator nearly as fast as I would like. That's okay. The solution for that is next. And the last thing I kind of need here is something to do with this lava. And the answer to that is to, I think, finally make the fluid generator. Just by burning these existing furnace generators. They are no longer necessary. I will consume the suspected bad tank as well. Oh, oops. Forgot the gold. There we go. Fluid generator. Twice as powerful as a furnace generator. Burns lava. And now we're getting some waste lava. This melt is complete. Thank you. Put that there. This chip is now ready. You have a chip. I don't know what just happened there, but we are full here now. So we must be getting power out of the generator fast enough. Excellent. That solves every one of our problems, save 2. One of them being not having any iron yet. And the other one being, I just burned my only tank. Which means I can't take iron out of here anymore. Unless I suppose I use a bucket, which is not ideal. I guess you can do it, though. Molten iron bucket. You can get molten iron in a bucket. But buckets will only take 1,000 millibuckets. No more, no less. So I'm going to have to let this fully centrifuge before I start bucketing it, or else it'll stop and then it'll be frozen because it can't operate with extra lava in here. That's a control-only board. That doesn't help. I need another board. I don't have the material to make it work. Why couldn't some of the upgrades demand lapis, like a normal tech mod? Oh, iron. Then I can make a tank and upgrade it. I wouldn't mind going to a gold tank. I don't think I'll ever fill 16 buckets with a normal process. And you know, maybe I shouldn't try, because if that breaks again, I'm going to be out of luck. So we get the bucket and 4 glass. And tank it is. 8 buckets worth of tank is plenty. Also kind of wishing I gave this thing an expansion card so I could automatically pipe the lava out. But then it would freeze. It would lock up and freeze and would stop working because one of the tanks has stuff in it and the other one doesn't. So I would have just hamstrung myself. But hey, 200 RF a tick, 100 RF a tick. Give me the iron, there you go. Give me the lava, there you go. How much of this does it burn in time? Because I don't know. That says 284. And this is burning some amount. That's not going here. 284, doink, 184. It burns 100 millibuckets at a time. And the power must be going straight in here, sneaking in ahead of the power packets from here. Which I guess is better than filling up this buffer. And we're getting iron blocks, for I have already forgotten why I need more iron. I guess just for the sake of having iron. No, I wanted to get a chip for the thermal binder that includes expansion so it can automatically pull from the tin tank. While I'm at it, one processor won't hurt. So we have our chip, our single processor, two hard drives, because having a power buffer is just the style, and an expansion card. There you go. Make your own chip. If I ever come into a ridiculous surplus of iron specifically, then I'm going to have to extend this pipe so it goes conveniently into the base. And I won't have to come out here to collect all this wood. I know what I wanted iron for. I wanted to get another turbine on this thing. Maybe two. Call it two. That's the rotor for one. And we have plumb run up bronze. That's okay. I was prepared for this. Four, 8, 12. Just a couple more. Cook yonder bronze. Install chip. Automatic input. Can I tune that? Yes, I can. Purple input goes straight to the fluid tank and nothing else. More wiring and iron and tubing and blah 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 blah. Well, joke's on you, I have those. So there. It's just the casing, or the frame. And that's it. That's the frames. Turbine rotors in a circle around an ingot. Bronze turbine. Pop. Bronze turbine. Pop. Put the tubes back. It is indeed a series of tubes. And back here in yon monstrosity, install 2 more turbines, which brings its power production up to 600 RF a tick, and it's still not consuming a full millibucket per tick. Its peak fuel consumption is still not even 1/3 of a millibucket per tick. Our actual fuel value is, I suppose, slowly falling, but we can make more with wood. Iron there, lava there. And yeah, our power needs are now met. Completely. In fact, I may even want to get another battery up there underneath the solar panels, just so I have a capacitor for that little emergency trickle charge, so they're not just sitting there doing nothing when the power capacity of the solar panels themselves fills up. We're done with bronze, done with gold, done with redstone. Something doesn't look right about that. Why is that flickering? It's coming out of there. It's coming out of... oh. I know what I've done, and I am a great fool. So this chest, right here, is also connecting... where'd the chest go? Thank you. Is connecting to this item interface pipe. So everything that comes out of this hopper is going up to this pipe because the chest itself is the nearest destination. So what we need to do is have this here. Wait, it can deposit? Alright, if it can deposit, then it must be able to extract, even if it doesn't visually say it can. It doesn't appear to be extracting. I don't see the square that signifies that it's extracting. But at least now it's not depositing, against all sense and its own apparent restrictions. Hopper number 3, triple speed. Chest number 4, prepare hopper number 4. Quadruple speed, that's much better. That is closer to what it would look like if I had a properly chipped extraction pipe attached to it. And this is going up in fits and starts because it's coming from a chipped extraction pipe. Everything bunches up here, and then the extraction pipe does the rest. Oh, and we're finished here. So, iron to there, lava to here. And we have our spare tank. Top off the old battery and we're good to go. How is... That's nowhere near done. Maybe I can get a Zafkiel waltz on the sugarcane. That might help things out. So I'm going to have to collect more ender pearls, since we're low on that. Iron is still a problem. It always will be. But, in spite of everything, we have massively improved our infrastructure. We can now create a highly efficient fuel by using effectively surplus resources. We produce power at an incredible rate. We can store ludicrous amounts of it. And we can transfer it fast enough for all that to be effective. We also managed to blow up our storage system, almost completely ruining it. No, we did ruin it. We blew up our storage system, ruined it, had to completely replace it. And despite even that, managed to find a way to increase the throughput of our very frustratingly slow Enderlink chest junk system. Today has been one hell of an infrastructure day. You know, this could use a couple more tank blocks, so I don't have these unsightly little sidelines here. I don't want to be able to see the broken tank indicator like that. Can I afford 2 tank blocks? The 8 tank wall. We make 16 at a time. It shall be done. is flesh that out for my own visual sanity. Oh, we've made a dark spot. Not allowed. And then the last 2 tank blocks. Well, it's kind of convenient, actually. Just fleshes the whole thing out. We could fit 5 here to completely round it out, but that's not actually necessary, and we shouldn't be back here for any reason to really see it. I guess unless we're installing more turbines, but we can just go in the front. Speaking of making things look better, we've almost filled this massive power tank. I'm not making another capacitor. Just the one is enough. And that is where we stand for the day. Highly productive, entirely infrastructure focused. Now we have the power to comfortably triple our ores, though it's still slow. Really nothing I can do about the slow part of it. But we should now no longer have to wait on power for any reason. Because we have a truly mighty generator in the back now. And that is going to do it for the day. Tomorrow, I think, we'll do some mining. We'll work on more intangible stuff. And maybe advance toward the noble soul. You know, for a playthrough that's all about Minecraft 1.8.9 Intangible, we sure didn't do a single thing with that mod today, now did we? That'll have to be amended. Next time. I'll see you then.